Hello everyone, and a very warm welcome to this year's Impact User Conference. I hope all of you can hear me nice and loud out there. As you can see, I'm sitting in my home office today, and I will start with a short presentation of myself. My name is Peter Karlsson, and I'm the Business Unit Director of Precast at Strösoft. And yeah, I've been working with this for more than 20 years, and the burning thing for me is, of course, to create the value at your end with our software. And normally this day is where we all gather, but this year we have to gather in the cloud instead. And the conference this year is the 10th time we have it, so it's like, yeah, anniversary almost. This year, though, we have to imagine for some hours that we are all sitting together as we normally do at these occasions, and feel the audience and feel all the discussions, all the things we have during the day. We just need to imagine that we have that era in the room. Anyway, this year has been a fantastic year for us at Impact. We have got 50 new Impact companies that have joined, and we actually added 2 new continents. Both Africa and Oceania is now also using Impact. As you know, and hopefully you are inside GoToWebinar, and us, the speakers, we are then located in multiple locations. So this means it can be a little bit switching when we switch between us, but hopefully you will not notice that much. But yeah, we are 3 locations. A little bit more about GoToWebinar. Out hopefully in the right of your screens, you have like some navigation stuff you can use, and one of the things you can use is so you can make it maximize the screen, and that I recommend to click that button if you don't already have found it. We are recording this session, but of course, so you can look at it later. But we have muted your sound, and you are not sharing any cameras or anything, so it's just we that speak that will be recorded. But if you have questions, you can click the question button there in the platform, and then there will pop up a new window there, and there you can write in what you want to ask us, and we will of course take care of those questions. The schedule for today then is spread out like this. We are now in the welcome speech, and we will continue with talking about impact design for AutoCAD and BricsCAD, and that will be Nikolaj Stefansson. And then we will have more design, but now in Revit, and that will be Desislava Borisova that will talk about that. We will have quite a big lunch break, and that's of course listening to this broadcasted stuff over the internet is of course taking a lot of your energy out when you are listening. So we try to have a big break there so you can come back fresh and be open for what we want to show in the afternoon as well. All the times are in Central European time, as you can see. So in the afternoon then we have Impact Project that Dennis Knudsen will present. We will continue with Impact Production from Thomas Gitsas, and finally we will end up with the ending speech. We will try to keep these starting times, but of course ending times can be a little bit different, but the starting times we will focus to keep them. So you can go on and off if you like, but hopefully you will stay all the day and listen to all we have to say. So now I will leave the word to my colleague, Nikolaj Stefansson, that will show you about impact design for AutoCAD and BricsCAD.
Great, thank you, Peter. So now you guys should be able to see me, you should be able to hear me as well. And probably my face will be your entire computer screen right now. So what I'll just do is I'll just make sure to share my screen here as well with you guys. And let us do like this here. show my screen for you guys, of course. And we should be right where Peter left off at the agenda here. So if you're looking at the agenda that Peter presented here before, it says that I will start at around 10:10, which is a few minutes from now, but I don't think it hurts to start a couple of minutes before with this one at least, because I'm imagining that all of you who joined in here at 10 o'clock, that of course you are here now for the AutoCAD BricsCAD one. There might be more people joining in for Revit project production. So as Peter said, we'll try to keep the times there and give you guys some small breaks, but I don't see any reason to actually add a break now. So here we have the first slide. I will be presenting news and impact for AutoCAD and BricsCAD. Peter already presented me. I'm Nick. So Nick is just Joshua Nikolai, of course, especially for you guys coming from abroad, coming from the UK, Australia, New Zealand, and so on. I think Nick is much easier to pronounce as well. So what I'm thinking and what I'm going to do today, as Peter mentioned, this is our first ever user conference that is actually online. And usually, you know, it's the thing of the year that we look most forward to meet up with you guys, have some good talks, have some really good networking, some dinner, and have a drink afterwards. And as Peter says, today we'll just have to imagine that good user conference mood that we usually have, and we'll try to express our good mood to you guys still, because we're still happy that we are able to host a user conference. I'm sitting here in Horsens in Denmark, and Peter, as he said, was from his home. So and later on we'll be changing to Aalborg in Denmark, then back to Horsens again, and make it as fluent as humanly possible, of course. But just to jump straight into it, what I wanted to focus on is actually just to keep it light and keep it simple, because you guys are sitting in your office. Maybe you have colleagues that are coming in asking you questions. So I don't want to flood you with information. I want to make sure that there are some few things that you take off from here for Impact CAD, in my case at least, that you remember and that you bring and you spread to your whole company afterwards. So things that you can take and use. Some things you can take and use today. Some things you'll be able to use tomorrow or to the next release, which is only a couple of weeks away. But that's the whole point of the presentation, at least, is that I want to give you a few things and really specify out why we actually think these things are important for you guys, of course, and for you guys to bring it back into your company and to your people. And I'll also show you, because I'll only be able to focus in on a very few things here. So I'll also make sure to show you guys where you can actually find everything that I'm showing you today by going into a website yourself and finding it. So the first thing I'll start with, this is just the agenda. So I'll just go through the agenda for you guys then. Big text, so you guys should all be able to read it without any issue. The first thing is I will make a little list, which is release new features for Impact CAD, and that list will be of all the documented features. That means that this is everything that is documented that you yourself can go in and find afterwards. Then I'll go in and I'll focus on just a few selected features, and that's why I mentioned in the beginning that, you know, I want to give you a few things you can take away from here, and a few things that works on pretty much all throughout the software, or all throughout the Impact for CAD software at least. And the things we'll be focusing on is a little bit something we call double click. I'll show you what it is, of course, afterwards. Improved linked elements, draw all outlines, auto adding quables, and we have a new module that we built as well called Beam and Block. And for most of the part, I'll be showing you some slides explaining how it works. But for Beam and Block, actually, I have a video I want to show you guys, because as it is a whole new module, it is a little bit bigger than what you can show in just a few slides, of course. Then at the end, I'll have a very brief talk about what the near future holds for Impact CAD. So just to get started, the list of released new features. these released new features are features released after the last user conference. So everything that we told you was coming in the last user conference, none of that is here. This is only from what we said and things we have made for you guys, especially after that. So some of the things we didn't even know about before then. So now you can see here that now the text is not so big anymore. Now you might struggle a little bit to read everything, but you don't have to worry. You can find everything later on, of course, anyways. But I just wanted to list out just to show you guys that a lot of stuff is still happening in the Impact for CAD software. So this is 3 quarterly releases. There are more than 50 new features here. And of course, we can say there's 50, there's 100, there's 200 features. The important thing is maybe not how many features there are. The important thing is which features it is. Is it something that you guys can actually go home and use? And that's what we're going to be looking at now, of course, because that's what I think is the most exciting thing, is coming to the user conference. Maybe some of you know some of the things already if you've spoken to us very recently, but I bet that most of you won't. And I will actually give you some things that you can just take this afternoon and just jump into straight and use across your company. So focusing on selected features, that's where we're starting now. And the first thing we'll be looking at is double click and right click commands. So that double click and right click, that's very vague. What does that really encompass and what does it cover? And that's what I aim to show you here. So first of all, before jumping into double click and right click, I will jump into this animation here of what is the alternative, or what did we do before we could double click? What did we do before we could right click? So in this case here, I have an element, and in Impact, of course, it doesn't really matter which element it is. If we want to edit something in an element, is it a wall, is it a slab, is it a double wall, is it a form slab, column beam, linked element, and so on. If we want to edit it, either we mark the element first and then click edit element. Then we need to make sure, of course, that it's the right type of element we're editing because of the different module and the buildup of different modules in Impact. But in general, this takes about 3 clicks. Click edit, click what you want to edit, and hit enter, for example. Or what you could do, of course, as you guys all know, the users of this, mark the things that you want to edit, go up to edit, and then edit. And for those of you, some of you might think, oh, we're not using this. We're doing shortcut commands in AutoCAD. And that's a very good way of getting through this where you don't have to go up and click a button. You know, maybe your edit wall is set to a shortcut, and that shortcut is called EW. So you just press EW and enter, then click the wall and then edit it. So that solves part of the thing. But we want to solve the whole thing for you guys. We want to solve the whole thing for different modules, different element types with one thing, with one development. And that is the development of the double click command here. So if I just go next to the next slide, you can see I just simply click the element. And then what happens afterwards, I'll get back to that because this will just repeat anyways. So instead of choosing the element, going up to edit, or choosing the element, running your edit type command, you simply just double click the element. So here we look at the slide right now, double click. Now we're editing the element. The next thing that is coming, and I just give it a little bit of time because it is so fast. This is 1-to-1 speed. So this is all it takes to get where you want to go. But the next thing is, if you right click the element, inside the regular right click commands of AutoCAD, we've also put the impact commands now. So this could be, again, if you mark several elements at once, you just right click and you press the command that it is that you actually want. So you might be thinking here, why am I spending so much time on such a small thing as double click? And the point here is that this is not double click for walls. This is not double click for slabs. This is double click for impact for CAD, meaning that every single one of your element type is available to double click or to right click. But it's not only limited to elements and element types. So as you can see here, now I'm jumping to another animation here, and this is just part of a shop drawing. And this shop drawing here, I'm just double clicking a casting material instead. So it could be a casting material, it could be a wire loop, lifter, it could be a piece of reinforcement, and again, it could be in any element. So if we just jump a little bit further, so you can maybe feel right now that I'm building it up a little bit, and that's because I want you guys to know everything you can do with this. And when you start, when we end the user conference today, I want all of you guys to jump into your software and try it out, because no settings are needed. The only thing you need to be able to do this is just to have the new version of Impact installed, Impact 16, and the newest update. This is not only in the newest update, so if you have the last one from this summer, it will actually also work there. So summing it up, this works on all element types. It also works on casting materials, linear casting materials, electrical keys, dynamic casting materials. We keep going here, because one thing that we could do before, which is not new for this user conference, but I want to take the time to just focus you guys in on it, is the same with reinforcement bars and stirrups as well. You can also double click them. You can also right click them and edit anything you want to edit. So that means that you don't have to spend this time of going up to the menu or finding the command or remembering the shortcut command or whatever you were doing before. Simply right click, you get to where you need to go. So it just makes it so much easier for you guys to work. And I can personally say, now Peter has been with the company here for 20 years. I have been with the company for about 6 years. So I'm not as old a user as Peter is. He's been for a very long time, but even though I've only been using it for 6 years, it is difficult for me to adjust to this, because I just go back to the old ways. And that again is one of the reasons why I want to put so much focus on this, because you guys need to go in and try this out, and you really need to go, in your whole company, tell everyone, listen, you're working in this piece of software for 8 hours, maybe 10 hours a day. If you're working like us in the weekend as well, we don't want to miss any time. But here you just save time, it's easier, and you can just keep going. So it's not only on the plan drawing, it's not only on the 3D model of the plan drawing, it's actually also for those elements that are on the type of drawings we call elevation drawings. It is the exact same. And of course, also for the shop drawings like this one shows you here. And as I mentioned before, no setup is needed. You simply double click or right click and you're good to go. So this is something you can use straight away. So that was it for the double click commands, and I hope I got through with what I wanted to get through to you guys, because this changes a lot of the core of how we work with the software. And it's very important for us to remember that it's not only about flashy new features, especially in a piece of software like Impact for CAD we've had for many, many years. It's about improving the core inside it, to improve the user experience, to make it easier to use for you guys, and just to make that point from A to B as easy as possible. And that's actually, I think that's what all of the features that I'm going into today is about. So the next one we jump to is what is called improved linked element. And like double click and right click, it doesn't mean so much. What is that? What have we improved? So if we jump into, again, I have made an animation here. And this for you guys that are working with linked element. Not all of you are working with linked element, so maybe not all of you can recognize this. Even the ones of you working with linked elements will not recognize what I'm showing you here actually, because this is actually the improved linked element. So that means that when you do your linked element in 3D, it could be anything. It could be stair, it could be foundation piling, it could be anything. In this case, we just, for the sake of showing it, it's just a double T, even though double T is a thing. Just show my webcam again here. Sorry, guys. even though double T is a thing that we can actually do inside Impact. But the point here is when you make a linked element, you make, for example, a 3D model of a stair or something like that, you had to make the drawing manually before. So you still have to partly make it manually, but now Impact will actually take pictures or take sections or whatever you want to name it of that actual model that you made of the linked element. And this means that you don't have to sit and pick this. You just select, like here to the side, click, where do you want it? And there you go. So very, very much improved automation in the actual linked elements. You don't have to draw it up from scratch anymore. So that brings a little bit of automation to our element type that was not automated before. So that is great news, of course, especially for those of you who are making elements that is not part of the core Impact element types. So the model view itself, which we are not looking at here, that can be inserted. You can use it to change and save the element, the 3D view itself, which is called model here. You can see we're checking the model off using front, top, and left. But that one can be used for saving and changing the element. And the 2D views here, of course, just like I mentioned, this is for streamlining the drawings. And this is, again, something to improve the core experience, something to improve the core things, the everyday things you're doing when you're using the software, actually. So it doesn't do something new. It just helps you do what you needed to do anyways, which is the important thing, I think, to take away from this one. But that's actually it about improved linked. This is, again, something just like before, you should be able to jump into straight away and use. Of course, this requires that the linked element that you're actually doing has the correct geometry in a 3D model when you're doing a 3D solid. But that's the only requirement. So this is also something you can just go ahead and start to use. So if we jump to the next one, draw wall outline. Again, a very vague title. What does this actually mean? If I jump into here, I have a few examples for you guys. Basically, what draw wall outline means is we want Impact to draw a wall for us and outline the wall as well. So this one, the first example I have you, is basically Impact drawing a wall for us, because here is just drawing regular walls. And what you can do is, this is one-to-one the speed. So let's just check it out. You have a polyline, select the element you want, and just select the internal point of the polyline. Select the gap, select an end cap. You can make it cut all the corners like we do here, and then cut in between the elements. So in between the elements, that is the end cap that we chose in between elements that are going straight next to each other. But the corners in this draw wall outline, it will create the end caps automatically. So this draw wall outline is a tool to make this early stage of modeling much, much, much faster than what you're doing today, where you will draw the wall around and then you will need to do maybe a joint or something to make a corner. In this case here, how the corners are oriented is not the most important thing, because this is meant to make this modeling phase really, really fast, and to have some model that you can do some sort of takeoff on really, really fast. So there's another part to this, because it's not only to make something faster, it's also to make some things easier. So if I jump to the next example here, just to the right, just like I did before, what you'll see here is a little different shape, and with another type of wall, solid walls instead. And this time I'm not having the software to select all the corners for me. I select the corners myself for where I want to split. And what happens here is that I will get two L-shaped panels. So if you look here to where the mouse is right now, we have two L-shaped panels. Those end caps are automatically created by Impact, and it uses that basic end cap that we choose, which is for the connection between two elements side to side, and it uses that end cap and that shape of that end cap to actually create the L-shaped wall and that end of that L shape for the wall. So there's a lot of things you can do with this draw wall outline here. And as I mentioned, this is meant to be a powerful tool in early design, a way for you guys to quickly draw up a building very, very quickly draw up a 3D model. So you get the number of walls. Maybe they're not the exact right size. Maybe it's not the exact right orientation, but of course that's detailed work. Sorry guys, this is just to save you guys a huge amount of time and effort when you do something like this. These very small examples I'm showing you are taking 5 seconds in something that maybe took 30 seconds before, but as we're jumping on bigger and bigger buildings, you can imagine the time you're saving and you know, the amount of effort that you're actually saving. Other than being this very powerful tool in the early design, it also makes it extremely easy for you guys to model L and U-shaped walls without having to sit and draw the end caps. Impact will simply make up the end caps for you, and you can go in and edit them afterwards, but it basically does the legwork for you here. So here I'm showing the L-shaped ones, but it could also be a U-shaped one instead. Even better is if you use a tool like Draw Cast-in Material Template, you know, where you select the whole floor and you use it to set wire loops, welding plates, drawbacks or whatever in the elements. You do that, so that means that you combine this new way of working together with the existing automated tools just to make an extremely quick and even more precise early stage model. Then suddenly you have all the elements split, you have all the wire loops you want, all the welding plates you want, and you can make really, really close estimates and lists of what it is you actually need for that project, even before you almost know where that project will go. So this is just something to make the start design, the concept design really, really easy for you guys. Again, as the other two examples that I showed you guys, this is something that you can just go inside AutoCAD or BricsCAD and start to use right now. So simple as that, no setup needed. You only need to use the button, and I can just go back here. And the button up here is, I haven't zoomed in on it, so I'm sorry about that, but it's like a wall outline. Just next to draw wall, you'll find it. So it should be really easy for you guys to jump in, figure out if it's something you can use. If it is, bring it around the whole company and enjoy. So AutoAdd Corbels, again, is something just like DoubleClick, just like Improved Link, just like Draw Wall Outline, to make life easy for you guys, to improve the core experience, to make things quicker. So AutoAdd Corbels is not for a specific element type, it's for a couple of element types. Generally, where do we put corbels on? We put corbels on walls, and we put corbels on columns. And this example here, you can see this is a very quick example, but again, it's showing the effort required to actually do this. So let's just let it run, and I'll explain step by step. So add corbel, select elements to add corbel, which corbel, press OK and enter. There we go, corbels on several floors in several directions, on the sides of the elements. In this case, this is columns and beams. So it's just a really, really quick way of actually getting this to, well, again, a little bit like the draw wall outline is, just add some more detail to that early stage model. Make it easier for yourself to continue working on it, making it a specific model to create your shop drawings and everything on. There's another animation here where we have some hollow cores and we have some wall panels. And the same thing here is it adds the corbels in the intersection. So this is a little bit similar to what we showed. I don't remember if this was last year or 2 years ago, about auto cutting the elements, automatic recesses. So instead of the automatic recess, it's the automatic corbel. So it kind of finishes the loop a little bit of what we want to give you guys in these sorts of automated things and just making everything easier to use. So again, similar to the other thing here, this is a very powerful tool for you guys in the early design. It makes modeling of corbels super easy because it uses the regular corbel command from Impact. So the corbel you choose is the one that you've made and you would have made manually anyways. So again, just making it easier. Again, combine it with existing tools. So combine it with adding different things again to make this very quick and very precise early stage model, or just to make the actual modeling easier for yourself. So this is like a very common thing. And I think you can say this is like a little bit the topic for this year about Impact4CAD, is that we just want to give you tools this time to make life easier for yourself. So those are the 4 new commands that are basically automating almost existing commands for you guys I wanted to show you. And of course, as I showed before, we have made more than 50 new features, and we'll get back to again where you can find that, of course, because a lot of you, of course, are wondering, what about my Forms Labs? Is there anything new specific for Forms Labs? What about my double walls? Is there specific news for that? And the answer to both of those questions is yes, of course there is. But I just don't have them on the presentation here. So we'll get a little bit later on. I'll show you guys where to find it and where to get the information. So the next big thing is the beam and block module. What is the beam and block module? That's what I want to try to explain you guys today. And I will explain it through a video. We could do a live demo of it. That would simply take too long, I think, to show everything. But we've made a pre-cut video, which is already on the website again as well, actually, for you guys to see. But I want to show you the video here and explain to you guys a little bit the story about beam and block and why we actually are doing this beam and block here. So what we have here is a video, and let me just take the mouse here and click play. So you should be able to see now, this is like a 3-minute video, impact design, beam and block. And I'll be talking a little bit, there's some writing, there's some subtitles as well, but I'll be talking a little bit about what it is anyways. So general, for those of you who are not in countries or in areas where beam and block is used, it is a type of flooring. And the way that you actually make a beam and block floor is like you select an area when you, for example, make a hollow core floor, you select an area here as well. But in the beam and block, you make something we call base. And the base we save into Impact, we save them as faces, so you can split the base by each side if you want to control the erection even more, and use some of the cool features that I know Dennis Knudsen will be showing you in Impact Project later on. But as you can see here, there are a lot of configuration options for the beam and block. You can select which beam section, basically any type of pre-stressed section, and the blocks you can make in any material, in any size, and different combinations of how many beams are there for purposes to make the flooring hold, of course. Rotation and a distance between, that's simply it. Then you have the beams, and it'll show the distance between the blocks as well here. So the same thing is, if we have a shape that's not rectangular, here we have like a slanted shape, it's basically the exact same principle, where you just select the bay, select the beam layout, and here you have it. So there's some things that are important here. For example, to the left, between bay 1 and bay 2, we only have a very thin underlaying wall, or a thin underlaying foundation. And of course, we wanted to make automatic clash control, so you cannot make them overlap. But we're also giving you guys the option of actually editing this. So in this case here, if you're very quick, you can see there are 2 beams now where it starts, to make it, to optimize it a bit more. So you're able to actually go in and edit this yourselves. What's happening now? We're mirroring. So simply again, just like the other mirror commands in Impact4CAD, to save time. We can't see the blocks right now, but we add them. Now the blocks are added. So very, very simple commands. And the whole point of beam and block here is actually to make a floor very quickly, then have a schedule with quantities. So let me see if maybe I can pause this. Let me just pause it for you guys so it doesn't run too quickly. But here you can see we get a base schedule. We have a quantity of beams. We have a floor area. We have a quantity of the blocks. So in this case here, we're actually adding almost 2,200 blocks in this very short amount of time. But that's the whole point of this, is that we need a list just to make very quickly, so we know what we're delivering out on site for this project of beam and block here, of course. Let me just click play again. Saving the elements into the database, throws them into Project Manager, throws them into the database. The list could even be made without having them in the database, as you can see. Here we have it in the Project Manager. If you're making a beam and block floor as a part of a 3D model building, you can export it into IFC, have it looking at it together with your 3D model. And I'll just pause again. Let me just go back here, sorry. So having that in your 3D model, and you can see if you have some holes that are going through, can you save some blocks? Do you need to cut some blocks? Whatever you need to see. Usually you don't need to look at that in detail here, but basically this is the beam and block module. This is what I wanted to show you guys. What the beam and block is used for and where it is typically used is mainly we made it for the UK market. So some of you guys, the ones of you guys that are here right now from the UK will recognize this. The ones of you from Sweden, for example, might not really use this type, but it's used in Italy, in UK, in Oceania as well, in a different format where it's called ribbon timber instead. But again, it's just the size of the beam, the type of the beam, the type of block. So the block could be wooden, it could be polystyrene, it could be a concrete block or lightweight concrete block. So anything that you can imagine here can be used with this combination of tools. So this is the whole new beam and block module that is made for Impact. And it's something that can be used again. Of course, this one is not like a plug and play solution like the rest of the things I showed you today. So you'll have to do some setup of it, of course, and get access to it. So that's the focusing on the selected features, which takes us to what is the near future for Impact CAD hold. And if I just click one more time, we have this near future. So we have Q4, which we're releasing in a very, very short time, I think within the next 2 weeks. And we have 12, 13, 14 new features variables for that one as well. I'm not going into specific ones of those either, that I will leave up to you guys. So you spend the time on actually researching and looking at what it is that you need. But what's going to be happening from today and then until the next user conference? Here we're talking about mainly two things. And I know this is a little bit small on the screen, but as always, we're doing minimum quarterly releases and updating the Impact 16 system to get you guys new features, new variables, new ways of using the software, making it easier, better for you guys to use, of course. And the next big thing, of course, is Impact 17. So I don't have anything about Impact 17 today. I know Peter later on in the afternoon, he will be just giving you guys a few words about Impact 17. But I will leave that to him, of course. So basically, that concludes what I wanted to show you of features. And as I promised you guys in the beginning, I will show you where you can find newly released. And actually, when we get close to the releases, you'll actually also find upcoming releases. So let's try and see what happens if I click this link here. We open up a website and we get into the Impact Wiki. Inside the Impact Wiki, there is a lot of information. So I just wanted to help you guys to navigate this. If you want to look at new features, don't go to Impact CAD, don't go to Impact Cost, don't go to Impact Go Project Manager. You go up here to the top left, click Change Notes. Then you will have change notes for all the listed applications. In my case now, I'm presenting Impact for CAD, so I click Impact for CAD. And here you'll have, for example, change note from 16.009, which is not released yet. There is a bunch of new features here. If I scroll down, you can see the releases and when the new features were at. So here we're not adding everything new, but we're adding documentation for everything where you guys can come in and see how to use these different things. And let me just try and find the double click commands one that I showed before, because you'll see another example of it here. If I click the double click commands here instead we have a slab. And double clicking and casting material in the slab that was not added to the slab, or double clicking the slab. So again, it works on all element types. But this one here, Impact Wiki, the website is wiki.impact.strusoft.com. You guys can just go in there and check it out. I think most of you guys know the wiki exists already, but this is more of giving you like the tools of where can you find these change notes, you know, the easiest way. Let me close this one down again. There's another thing that I just want to mention, and I know that Peter will also get into the website a little bit later on, but this is our webinars. Stay tuned in on new features with webinars. So if I click here, it'll take us into the Strusoft website, but it'll take us straight to the webinars and training section. So we can see right now, there are only 2 webinars left, but that is just for this year. So don't you worry, guys, there will be a lot more next year. Even if you think we should do a webinar on a new topic, let us know, and we'll bring it into the considerations. So right now we have the Impact User Conference, which is being held right now. Then December 8th, we have Erection Planning 2.0. When we get to project again later today, Dennis Knudsen will show you a little bit what the Erection Planning 2.0 is about. But when we get to the webinar here, you know, we will show you the buttons to use of how to use the newly and improved direction planning, crane planning, and all these things. So if you guys are interested in this type of stuff, go in right now, sign up for the webinar December 8th. It is only 3 weeks from now. So that finishes it up approximately. I will just look at my watch here, and we are almost out of time. But if you guys have some questions, you can write them in the question box. You don't have to write them now. We can also do it later on. But I just have a couple of minutes. So let me I'm just looking at the questions here to the side. There is one here about the beam and block. It says how to use beam and block. Well, basically, beam and block is a new module. So if you're curious, if you want to try and use it, if you want to see more what it's all about, feel it, you know, with on your own hands and everything like that, just get in touch with us. Contact someone from the support, or me or Peter or anyone, and we'll get you set up, of course. Great, but what I'll do is I will jump back to the agenda here then, and that will naturally bring it on to Desi. And I think we just have a couple of minutes. Let me just look at the clock, exactly 3 minutes. So right on time here. So what I will do is I will just make Desi the presenter here. There we go. And I will turn off my camera and I will turn off my audio, and then I think Desi will jump in a minute for you guys.
Yes, hello, can you hear me?
Yes, perfectly.
Great. Hello, everyone. I hope you can all hear and see me. Thank you, Nikolai, for the great presentation. It has been great to see so much news for CAD. And hello from me. I'm connecting with you from Aalborg, North Denmark. And in the upcoming 35 minutes, I'll be talking about news in Impact for Revit. So I hope you have still some coffee. If you don't, nobody can see that you leave the presentation to tongue up. That's one of the few advantages about doing online user conference. But let's start. It has been a long year since last we met in Malmö, Sweden. A lot has happened, and if I have to sum up what we've been working on and how our year has gone in Impact for Revit team, then I'll say that we can qualify, we can characterize this year with 2 words, and that would be improvement and adjustment. And why improvement? Well, it's because it's, as I said, has been an intensive year for us and for all of you, I guess. And we have experienced a great interest in our software. We have experienced a great interest in Impact Revit and onboarded tens of new companies. Our team is, of course, very happy for the growing interest, which has also made us improve and make a lot of existing functionalities make a step forward. A lot of them I've selected and will show you today. On the other hand, we also needed to adjust to the high demands of the growing interest, and we needed to adjust to the new reality that hit us all. What we also worked a lot on is collaboration. Now, when we need to collaborate, when we sit in different locations, we always need to take the data of our projects. So it has to be easy, it has to be available, and communication, collaboration, that has been one of our focus during this year. So we focus not only on collaboration within Revit, but also collaboration within the impact software. I could say that we spread our development efforts almost equally during all type of elements, and that's why I've taken all of them to you today. So let's see what this presentation is about. We're going to start with the wall. The wall, most popular precast element among our users in Impact. We're going to focus this time on reinforcement in Impact Revit of the walls instead of the modeling. I guess that a lot has been said about modeling. I've been working a lot about it. Now we take it a step further and we try to see how to ease the reinforcement part. We're also going to talk about the double wall, and the double wall is what we called the last missing diamond of the Impact Revit crown. It was the last missing diamond, but then back in September we released modeling functionality for double wall. We continue working on it, and I would like to show you some highlights that you might already be using when we talk about double wall functionalities. We can of course not go without column and beams, and here I will show you a feature that a lot of you might have been missing. It's already there, and I would like to show that to you so you can make use of it if you haven't found out yet. Then I'm going to focus on slab, Formslab, and their respective pre-stress versions. As quite popular elements, I'm going to talk about advanced, again, reinforcement possibilities in slabs and modeling. Those are elements that need to be designed fast, effectively, and we put a lot of efforts on our functionalities there. I want to show you some highlights. Yes, we cannot go without the shop drawing either. That's inevitable part of each precast model. So here I would like to show you how to copy a shop drawing in Impact for Revit, a new functionality that came because of you. You asked for it, and we worked on it during this year. And we also are going to talk about how to connect the shop drawing in Revit with the rest of the Impact software. For example, setting drawing statuses. And last but not least, collaboration is on our list with topics. I'm going to show you some tips and tricks about collaboration with Impact Revit models in Impact 16. In the end, we have around 35 minutes for this presentation. In the end, we're going to have time for questions as well. Okay, questions and answers. But let's start. Let's not lose time and start with the first topic. It's the wall. I'm gonna rearrange my screen like this, and then we are ready to go. As I said in the start, this time we're going to talk about reinforcement boundary in walls. And there is some kind of delay. I don't know if you can see it on your screen, but I'm going to try again like this. Now I think it's going to work. Great. So the first topic I want to talk about walls is the reinforcement boundary. And let's see the problem that a lot of Revit users face, and that has a lot to do with the reinforcement. So I've taken an example like this one. You can see in here we have quite a challenging shape. We have a challenging but also quite typical for precast element. We need to insert to make a place for casting material. We need to make a place for column. We need to adjust the shape of the inner and outer panel. And then we need to stop the reinforcement 20 millimeters before the edges of the element, respectively the load bearing and the facade. Now, what Revit users see as a challenge is that there is limitations in the Revit software, because you have a cover settings, but they take the outer edge of the element, which obviously is not going to work in our case. So we said we need to optimize this setting of reinforcement and cover settings. We've done that a lot in Impact. Impact AutoCAD has an Impact for CAD has history for solving this problem by reinforcement boundaries. And this is what we also implemented in Revit, seen with the Revit tools. Now, we combine Revit tools with Impact tools. So what we do is, of course, we make an in-cap. That's the shape of the wall. That's one of the most powerful tools that the designer has in Impact. We make the edge with the help of the in-cap. And here I have the in-cap B, I call it. And what I can do is I can define the thing called reinforcement boundary. So I can say that whatever reinforcement from the reinforcement templates in Impact they put, they can stop there where I decide, in this case 20 millimeters. So once I go and define a reinforcement template, I can just apply it. It's a template that consists of a mesh, edge, rebars, and opening rebars. And then you can see that's the result. It's going to adjust to the shape that I have given. It's going to look like this. If we see from a top view, it's a see-through view, so we can see the casting material, we can see the mesh. And in Revit, as a visual software as it is, we have a lot of possibilities to measure, but also to adjust according to it. One of the great parts about this reinforcement template in CAPS, you can also do a casting material template, is that it all can be saved in your Impact database and can be used, can also be reused from the database. If you already have them in your standard, in your Impact standard, you can also reuse them now in Impact 16. So try it out. If you have issues reinforcing, adjusting the mesh in a precast element, take and try this one, the reinforcement boundary. Another setting, which I know a lot of you have been waiting for, is what we call the direction arrow. It's more like a visual guidance to the where the sides of the precast elements are. Now you say, why do we need to see the sides of the element? And it's because in Impact, we need, as a designers, to know, to define from early stage where the element mark, the name of the element will be on our drawing, because later on, this will also define from which side we see the element on the shop drawing, but also how the element is going to lie on the precast bed. So for me as a designer, that's very important to know. And in Revit, we had this, especially if you draw in this, we call original view. The element, even though it's a sandwich wall, pretty easy to see, but if you draw in original, which you do most of the time, it's very hard to know which side we are now. Are we the load bearing or the facade? And this we solve by adding this direction arrow. You go to settings in the Revit file, and you can decide your profile. You can pick whatever shape you want. I know some of you are doing rectangulars, triangles, text. It's up to you. But you pick your profile, and then every time you draw a wall, like we're going to do now here in the video, you can see that you are not in doubt which is my load bearing part, if this is where your element mark is going to be. Yes, good. So now we jump to the next topic, which is the double wall. And as I said before, the double wall, it's something we've been spending a lot of time this year, and we couldn't wait to come up with the solutions we found for you. So back in September in Q3, we released what you see here on the right, the first functionalities of double wall. And these are modeling features. So Revit gives us a very great visual presentation of the double walls. You can see, if we see from a top view, we can see that we have the two panels, the space between, and then lattice girder families. If we go in the 3D view, see the same elements. Well, we can see also the lifters in here. You can make some see-through settings. It's great. You can also see in here that you have the direction arrow also in 3D view, both for double walls and all three types of precast walls. So it's very good for designer to orientate, where do I see my double wall or wall now? But let's see some of the highlights that we have. First of all, it's the drawing part, of course. This is the draw double wall window, and we try to make it as dynamic and visual as we can, and what as long as we don't hit any limitations, we try to do it as easy for you as we can. So you can see the joints in the corners. You can decide already in the drawing window which part of the, or which panel we call it, dries by the other. You can decide the gap between the elements. It's very visual for you now as a designer to draw a double wall. Once you go closer to it, as we do here in the video, you can see how the lattice girder families are placed. You can measure the distance and see also how the reinforcement, in this case, I think I have a mesh instead of rebars. It's very visual to understand the double wall element. But then, of course, once you draw, you need to edit, and we provide some modeling tools. One of them I want to demonstrate now. It's the one we call switch priority of joints. So here we have a tool that you can either switch the outer panel joining, or you can switch both of them at the same time. So you decide which panel drives by each other. And if you notice, there was a place there where we had one lattice girder going red. And then you say, what does it mean? It's a kind of a warning from impact to a user that we incorporated in our system. So if we see here in the double wall definition, it's again an element that has to be designed fast. We need to go fast with the modeling part, and a lot of settings we decide already in advance, like lift and bracing, the geometry of it, reinforcement mesh, but also the lattice girder. So we can decide the lattice girder family, we can decide the spacing between the girders, but we can also decide the minimum and the maximum edge, minimum maximum distance from a lattice girder to the edge of the element. Once impact finds out that these requirements are not longer satisfied, then you can get a red warning. And what you do with it, a red lattice girder. What you do with it is up to you. Might be your meaning as a designer that you want to keep it. You say it's fine, but you can also use the edit lattice girder functionality. So it's a very fast way to select the wall, and then a window like this is going to come out. And take a look at this. It's a window where you have the dimensions pointed out between the girders. You have a possibility to add a new girder. You have a possibility to move a girder or to erase, and the window is totally changing together with the change you made in your element. So it's a pretty good presentation of how your element looks like now. And once you go and press and close, you've decided that's how your lattice girder is going to be placed. You are going to experience that impact will adjust the lattice girders to the geometry of the wall. So if you have a window opening, we call it recess in impact. So if you have a recess in the element, if you have a panel that is a little bit longer or a part that is longer, we're going to adjust the lattice girders to a geometry. So you don't need to think about that as a designer. It has to be automatic. It is automatic, and it goes fast. Yes, it is. The three features that are found now for double wall. We made actually a webinar about a double wall back in October that you can find on our TrueSurf YouTube channel. So if you're interested already now, you want to see what all those tools we have here on the right are doing, go and check the webinar or Impact Wiki, which I'm going to show later today. Yes, now we go to an element which I know a lot of you are using, that's the slab and the respective pre-stressed slab. And I want to show you also a feature about reinforcing the slabs. So here I've taken an example that could be a balcony. So we have again a kind of challenging shape, and let's say for some reason you want to stop the mesh in the element 90 millimeter from the edge. Could be a special reinforcement, could be a joint. You want to do any reason for that, but you want to stop the reinforcement. Again, we provide a tool with that called the reinforcement boundary in the in cap of a slab. So here I've drawn the shape and the line that you see in here, and I switch on and off in my in cap definition. That's the reinforcement boundary. So reinforcement boundary valid for three types of walls: massive, insulated, sandwich walls, and then the slab and the pre-stressed slab. It's a very powerful tool that can, once you apply the reinforcement template, apply a reinforcement, immediately can adjust the reinforcement according to the edge. Now here we're going to another improvement that we made to our tools, and that's the edit slab command. First of all, you can now in Q4, the release that's coming next week, we have added a possibility to apply a reinforcement template to a slab, just like you can already do in walls. But you can also see that I've selected almost 4 slab elements, and I can edit the edges of the slab, those in caps, and I get this very visual editing slab tool where I can, me as a designer, I can control very fast in this window. First of all, which edge I have selected, and then once I select the in cap, I can see a preview of it here on the right part. So edit slab and edit pre-stressed slab, whatever feature I show about slab, it's also relevant for pre-stressed slab. I showed only once, so go and try it and see how it works for you. I know we've got some feedback from users and they're very happy about this new way we do it in Impact Revit. Good. Now it's time for Formslab. And Formslab is quite an interesting element. We have the massive part of it, the concrete part, and we have the lattice girder families again. And it's again one of the characteristics of this element is that we need to design it fast. So already in the definition, we decide, for example, the edges of it. And what I can do in the Impact Revit definition is that now I can define the edge of it. What I have taken as an example in this definition is that we have an edge between elements, and this is what we call chamfer. And here I write 10 millimeters. It means that it has to be cut on the edge. This we can define already in the definition. And then I say that other edges where I don't meet other elements, it needs to be fine. So what we did during this year is that we worked on our draw Formslab command as well, so that during designing the element, during drawing the element, you as a user, you're provided as a possibility according to the definition that you selected to go and choose the edge. So here in edges, I have a possibility. If you go into this tab, the software is going to show you the predefined edges in your definition, but you can always go and press on previous and next, choose edge from the definition, say copy to all, or change an edge. The same is relevant for the support length. And then, of course, we have a lot of other definitions, definition settings that you can also change during drawing the Formslab. So edges, it's something that we released, as long as I remember, in the middle of the year. If you haven't tried that yet, go and see how it works. It's a really useful tool to help the modeling goes faster. I will stay a little bit more on Formslab now, because what other thing we experience with Formslab users in Impact Revit is that they sometimes, when they draw a hole in Formslab, we talk about hole. We don't have in Impact language, we don't say recess as in other elements. So in Slab, we use recesses. In Formslabs, we say holes. So when you draw a hole, sometimes, as it was before, you need to draw the hole. If you're not satisfied with the shape, you needed to edit and then edit the shape or edit the hole. It was a little bit, it was a process that was taking time. So what we did is that we utilized the Revit API and we opened for drawing hole with edit values in the drawing process. So here you can see that they use the Revit tools. And now if I draw a recess like this one, and I say, oh, it has to be 200 millimeter, then I can, during the drawing process, define it as a 200 millimeter. And the same if I go and draw a shape that is a little bit more challenging, you can take the outer edges of the element as a reference. So by the way, you can always also decide if you want to cut the lattice girders, if you want to show the hole in specifications, and if you want to retain or delete the objects. But take a look at here. I am now able, while drawing this recess, to actually edit the shape according to the outer edges, or now if this size is a little bit, this number is a little bit tricky, I can just round it around. So draw a hole with adding values already now available in Impact Revit. You can try it out. Good. We're jumping now to the shop drawing, and shop drawing is inevitable part of the precast process, and it's a a process that we are very pressed. So we thought this year, what can we do to save time when drawing impact Revit shop drawings? And you actually gave us the answers. Can we copy the shop drawing? And yes, we can. We did a functionality that can copy a shop drawing from one assembly, that's an element in Revit, from one element to another. So here is the falling menu. Here you can find a lot of functionalities about shop drawings in Impact for Revit. And I've taken an example with 2 columns in here. So let's say we have 2 columns that are totally identical in terms of geometry, components, reinforcement, and we press on Create Shop Drawing. That's the first functionality on our falling menu. And what we have in Impact is a great feature that is going to create the same shop drawing for 2 identical elements. The shop drawing is going to be called CO1, and so is the element mark. Later on in the production process, you can easily differentiate between those 2 elements because they have, of course, different IDs. But now we have a shop drawing for 2 totally identical elements. And it happens often that later on in the design process, we have another element, if it's a column or beam or a wall, that is identical, but with a small difference. Let's say you need to add a cast material, a little bit slightly different reinforcement, different lift, whatever. But there is one difference that you as a designer can control. And what users experience is that they spend time on shop drawings as it is now. So on this shop drawings that we see, it might be that I have moved the views, I have adjusted some dimension lines, added some manual text, added a detail, anything. And I've used, let's say, 20 minutes for this column shop drawing. And when I have a similar element, and I know as a designer there's only one difference, let's say casting material, I don't want to spend the same 20 minutes again. So that's where you can go and choose the copy shop drawing command. Now the new element is going automatically to be given a new name, a new assembly name, first by Revit and then by Impact. It's going to be called CO2 because there is a difference, might be slightly 1 millimeter, but Impact Revit is always going to recognize a difference. That's kind of security for you as a users. But then you can activate the copy shop drawing and already ready shop drawing, as we have for CO1, you can copy it to CO2. And then go as a designer, and because you have control of the slightly change that you need, you can just edit the CO2 shop drawing. So you save time. You save time editing the newly created shop drawing of an element. A very powerful functionality that works for an element with shop drawings when you have control over the changes. It turns out to be very useful for some of our users. And I want to round up the shop drawing section with a functionality called Set Drawing Status, which is also new for this year. And if you work with our great production tools and Project Manager, then you know that in Impact Project Manager, you can set the shop drawing status of a shop drawing. And that's a great way to communicate between design, production, and precast team. But what we did this year is that we connected Revit, Impact Revit, with the rest of the Impact software. So all those statuses, they came from our Impact standard they're set up in Impact Standard Admin. Once the administrator of the company does it, probably in your case, if you use them, they're on your own language, or you have more or less totally adjustable to a company needs. What you can do now in Impact for Revit is that you can, if you have 9, let's say in my example, I have 9 shop drawings, you can already set a shop drawing status that is predefined in your Impact standard. And you can make this VP01 a manufactured drawing, from preliminary to a manufactured drawing. Next time you go in Revit and open the shop drawing, the parameter will be automatically updated to a manufactured drawing in your shop drawing head. And you go to Project Manager, you update the project information, and VP01, the shop drawing from Revit, we also has the empty drawing status. All this setting up Impact Revit with the Impact Standard Admin and Impact, all these new features that were developed, we documented in Wiki, which I'm also going to show very fast in the end of my presentation. But it's a great tool for communicating and for connecting the design in Revit with the rest of the Impact software. And again, very easy to use and navigate, automatically updating between updating the shop drawings. It's automatically done once you open the assembly shop drawing, the element shop drawing. Yes, good. And last but not least, I would like to talk about collaboration. And this time I'm gonna talk about collaboration between the Impact software. Now, a lot of you experienced Revit users that are attending today, you already know very well what's the rules within Revit. But what was important for us this year, and generally Impact 16, is to bring these collaboration possibilities, to take them to a next level, and that's Impact Revit models and collaboration, not only within Revit, but also in Impact. If you have already installed Impact 16, probably you see that you have a section called Project Files. In Project Files, you have a Revit part where you can see all Revit files that are linked to your project. Once you you press on Revit, right-click, you can create a new project file out of the Project Manager, and you can give it name, description, you can decide the project template. You're going to choose the one that you have in your standard. And here it's also important to mention that in Impact Server Connect, you all have that. If you use Impact, you can make settings to which AutoCAD software you can use, let's say which version, 2019 in my case, and which Revit version you use. This is useful to have because I know a lot of Revit users, they have at least 2. So it's good to say to Project Manager to make a settings, if I make a new Revit file, in which version I want to make it. That's one thing. And then all your Revit files are going to be listed. They're visible in Project Manager, not like in Impact 15, only in your project folder. They are now also in Project Manager. But if you have a central file, it means a Revit file with activated work sharing, we can also going to detect that. And this is an example where we have a BIM 360 central model up in the cloud, and we have several users working on it. But in Impact Project Manager, we can also see that. We can see that this is a central file. We're going to say yes. And in this case, we have just several Revit files that are linked to my impact, and it says no to central file because it's just a separate Revit file. If we use Revit files with or without collaboration or work sharing activated, it's up to you, but we're going to show you how the settings are made in Impact Project Manager 16. And a feature that we released, I guess in September it was, but if you haven't used that, if you haven't heard about it, I think it's good to know. You know, before we had the possibility to link grid lines from Revit models through our manage grid lines functionality to Impact. And then in Project Manager Model View, you could see your grid lines. And grid lines are the bones of our design. They're sacred, and it's a really good possibility. In Project Manager, you can go to grid lines and here, activate them, and then you can see your elements according to it. But that was not enough. It was not enough that we can see from one Revit model. We wanted to see from more. And this is what we developed this year. Now it's possible to take grid lines from several Revit models connected to the Impact project and save them in the database, link them to the database and preview them so in Project Manager. As long as you have, as long as it's not also a problem if you have the same grid lines. Let's say all those Revit files, they have the same grid line name. Let's say grid line 4. You can still connect them for the four Revit from the 4 Revit files. The technical explanation behind it is that we're going to take the origin X and origin Y and save it in our database, and then every time you open manage grids, then we can see okay, everything is okay, we're linked, and is there some new, we want to link them back. The length, that parameter is not that relevant because you know how it says you can move up and down according to the how your plan drawing looks like, for example. But one last thing about this feature is that it's also a great way to check your grid lines. So let's say me as a designer, I'm collaborating with other people, and let's say 4 of them, and as it happens during collaboration, somebody moves something and it wasn't that intentionally. It happens sometimes. Next time, if I have moved in the grid line 4 by mistake, next time I open manage grids, we're going to compare its placement with the database and with the Revit model. Then we're going to say, ho, there is actually a change grid location, and that's the grid line 4. Now, then it's up to me as a user to say, was that a mistake? If it's a mistake, then I can just go and move it in place. And next time I open manage grids, it's going to be black, everything's going to be fine. But if it wasn't a mistake, if that's intentional, and it's also fine because I can just go and say apply, and then the location is going to be overwritten in our impact database. So I know a lot of you are using grid lines. It's almost inevitable in our project. So a new possibility here in Impact for Revit: use grid lines for several Revit models that are linked to one Impact project and preview them then in the Project Manager. Good. Now it's time for questions. And if you have some questions, you are more than free to write them down in your GoToWebinar screen. If there are questions that are less, that are more than 5 minutes, require more than 5 minutes to answer, then I would say that you can always send them to us and to our team will be more happy to help. While we're waiting for eventually questions, I would like to show you also the Impact Wiki section, this time for Revit. Nikolai went through the wiki. It was a great presenting of how to find release notes. What I've taken here is the Impact for Revit section. So if you go and wonder, how do I set up the drawing statuses in my drawing template? Or how do I do work sharing with Impact Revit? We've tried to document as much as possible during the year all the features that are relevant for the Impact Revit releases. So once you go to Impact for Revit, the articles are structured according to the topic. Yes, I cannot see any questions coming now. I'll wait 1 minute more. And while we're waiting, I would like to go to the agenda and see where we are right now. We've just had the Impact Design for Revit presentation, and now it's coming a lunch break. 1 o'clock in the afternoon, this is Central European time. We're going to continue with some very interesting presentations regarding Impact Project Manager and the production tools. There are great productions in Impact. And then we're going to finish with an index page in the afternoon by Peter, where he's going to review some ideas about our next version of Impact 17. So don't miss that out either. I don't see any questions yet. If you didn't manage to write them down, or you are keeping them for talking with us on the phone, that's totally fine. So I would think we can end that now and say have a great lunch break and have a great online user conference day the rest of the day. Now it's time for lunch.
Great, thank you, Desi. Good presentation. We can really see this happened a lot in Impact Design for Revit as well. You might be wondering, why am I back here again now? But that's simply just to do the transition from Desi and over to the Horsens office here with Dennis. He will make the presentation. Dennis will make the presentation just like Desi said at 1 o'clock sharp for you guys. But what we do have is we have an hour and a half between now and actually when Dennis starts. So you can write your questions in the meantime, and we might be switching on and off the microphone to answer your guys' questions, or of course answering them later on, as Desi said, in a call, in an email, whatever it is that you guys need. So what I will do now here is I will just present the screen here from the Horsens office and just switch it on here again, the slideshow. So you will have this lunch slide you should be able to see now. And now you should be able to see that one. So what I will do now is I will switch off my camera and I will switch off the microphone. And when we get close to 1 o'clock here later on, then Dennis will be greeting you guys in. And I have to say, you guys are in for a treat for both the project and the production. These guys have some really, really nice stuff, very, very visual as well. So you guys can really see some of the changes that have been done. Especially, I want to take notice and say that for all of you that might only be using design or only production, the project manager is one place where we can all come together, that everybody using Impact is using. So get excited for 1 o'clock for the project manager presentation. There's been a lot of exciting developments, and I will sign off from here now. Stay inside the webinar, and we're ready to greet you in again at 1 o'clock. So we'll just leave it at this screen here with this nice pizza and tomatoes for you guys to look at. Talk to you again at 1 o'clock.
We will continue with this user conference in 5 minutes. There's now around 2 minutes until I will start my presentation about the project manager. I hope that all of you can see me and hear me. If not, then please write in the questions or raise your hand so so we can do something about it. I'll just change slide so we are ready in 1 minute. So the clock is now 1 o'clock, and it's time for the presentation about the Impact Project Manager. My name is Dennis Knudsen, and I'm the project owner of the project manager. And I hope that you all had a nice lunch, even though we're not gathered together in at the live use conference, where I would assume that lunch was better. I still hope that you had a nice lunch. And I hope that, of course, that your bellies are full, because this presentation will take around 30 to 35 minutes, depending on how much I talk and how fast I talk. So over the last year, or since the last, user conference, we have developed around over 80 features in the project manager. And even though I would like to sit here and talk about all of them, we know that it's not possible, because that will of course take hours. And therefore I have selected a few features that I will focus on here. In the first part of my presentation, will I be focusing on features that are either already, released in the project manager that I think that should be highlighted, or features that will be released in the upcoming Q4 release later this month. In the second part of the presentation, I will be focusing on other developments or features that will get released in the Q1 2021. And the reason for this is simply because it's some features that I'm really exciting to show you and to get released. So I just think that it could be nice to show you that. If we start with the first thing that will get released in the Q4, is something called Rough Planning Dependencies. Rough Planning Dependencies is a new setting that allows the rough planning to be a bit more smooth. In the project properties, you can go in and set if you want to use the rough planning dependencies. If this one here is set to yes, then will it automatically calculate the dates or set the dates between all the rough planning. So in this example here, the order of dependencies is from the erection planning date to the planned drawing date. And this is in which way should the dependencies or the required time between dates be calculated or set. As we can see here, I will use the erection date as the end date. I would like to have my elements or my delivery date to be the same date as I do my erection. Before the elements can be delivered, they need to be on storage 3 days before. It needs to be produced 1 day before the storage, and we need to have the drawing 5 days before we go in and cast the element. So as we can see here in this picture, I have set the planned erection date to the 17th of December. And for those of you that are still awake can see that the planned storage date and the planned production date is actually not the 1 day as we defined in the project properties, but it's actually 3 days. And the reason for this is because that we are taking the working calendar into account. And in our factory here at Strusoft, or what you call it, do we only work Monday to Friday? So therefore, will it skip the Saturday and Sunday and set the date to Friday instead of Sunday. If you of course work different hours or have different working calendar at your company, then can this working calendar be set in the resource manager and will be taking based the calculation on that. When the element is dragged down to a cast or a transport, what we call fine plant in impact regime, then is it possible to get a warning if you want to update the dates in this specific case with the, what you say, planned production date. So what I've done is that I drag an element down to the cast and I get this warning here. If I say yes to this warning, then will all the days here be updated according to my planned production date. All the days until the planned erection date, because we assume that the planned erection date is fixed and it should not be changed when it has been set the first time. But all the other dates here will be updated and according to, what you say, the planned production date, that is when it's fine planned. So we do the same again, just with the planned delivery date. And you may wonder, now I just said that all the dates will get updated except the planned direction date. Will it also update the planned production date and the planned drawing date? Because that will not be a good thing if it goes in and change the dates after it's fine planned. And of course, if you click yes, then will it only update the planned delivery date? And the reason for this is because as it will not be a good thing if we go in and change the two other dates here after it has been fine planned. Because the planned drawing date is of course dependent on the planned production date, and the same here. So the next thing that I want to show is import linked with drawings and PDFs. Import link may be, what you say, old news for many of you, but I don't know if you know that it's now possible to also import the drawings with the link. And by importing, what you say, the drawings with the linked elements allows you to gather everything in the impact folder, and therefore also, what you say, open up the drawings or print the drawings for the table preparation when you have planned your elements down to cast, and directly from, what you say, from the cast table. So you don't need, the production don't need to go in to separate folders to, for example, find the drawings that they need. They can just be printed directly from the table or opened directly from the table, depending on how you use it, of course. So this video here just shows an example of how it's used. We have a folder with all the drawings and PDFs that we want to import into the impact. And we of course have our, what you say, our Excel sheet where we define the elements. Now we can also define what drawings we want to import and what layouts we want to import, or what layouts the drawings have. We go in, we find the drawing folder for the, what you call, the drawings we want to import, and we find the source file for the elements we want to create. And when this file here is getting imported with all the drawings, will it basically create all the, what you call, the elements for the people who haven't used this import link before? Will it create all the elements, but the elements is without, what you say, a coordination insertion point, because that is not something we can define in the Excel sheet. So basically all the elements will just be in rows in the project manager, but makes it possible to import elements and plan it. As we can see here, the log file contains the element info and the drawing info. And all the drawings, as we can see, is attached to the element marker, and will be located under other drawings. And of course, it's now possible, as I told, to open up the drawing through either drawings or element ID or wherever you open it. And as we can see here, there's a nice drawing that is created in Impact that is possible to open through the project manager. When I took over the project manager, what you say, or became the project owner for the project manager, I had a, what you call it, a kind of a vision for the application and in which direction it should be moving in. and that vision is still is that it should be more not only what is called the link between our design tool and our production tool, because it does a great job at that, but it should also be a bit more independent and standalone, so the project managers and erection planners could have an effective tool for their job. So one of the things, or some of the things that we have done to go in that direction, is to add some changes to the erection planning. We have added erection time for the different element types. These times here can be set in the what's called the standard admin, where it's a standard time for each element type. And of course, we are aware that different element geometry or placement can change the erection time. So the time that needs to be set in here is the the normal time you use, or what you call it, or you can also set it as the minimum time you use, and then go in on each element and add the extra time. For example, if the element is placed in between two other elements, it might take longer time to erect it on site. Or if the geometry is complex, so it takes longer time, then you can go in on each element ID and set the erection time. There's also been added what we call crane time under the floors. So crane time is added to the element erection time. So you can see here the 0.2 hours is added for elements that is placed on the floor 01. And the crane time is what you call it, the air time, or when the crane is picking up the element and sitting it down where it should be placed on site. This these two things here that have been added will make it faster to do the rough erection planning, and it builds the foundation for the feature that I will talk about later, automatic calculation of erection dates. And yeah, it's just something that we felt that was needed in the project manager. In addition to the times for the elements, we also needed a new type of division. So we've been added the erection division in or a possibility to add an erection division to your factory. So this erection division will have its own time schedule for the erection crew. You can have multiple erection divisions, of course, and mix multiple crews on the project if there's multiple buildings, or how you do it out in your on the sites. This erection divisions of course sets the limitation on on how much can we erect for each day. So their working hours should of course reflect what is possible today to erect out on site. If we now jump away from the erection planning a bit and take a look at the new things we have added for cranes. I don't know if you know, but cranes is actually not a new thing. It has already been possible for a long time to add in the Impact 4 AutoCAD. But we have now moved the cranes out to Project Manager to make it a bit more accessible and possible to do on multiple floors at the same time. The load check on multiple buildings or floors at the same time without having to generate it in AutoCAD. But before you can insert a crane, we need to have a crane definition. And this crane definition here, crane definition can either be done in the standard admin as a standard crane, or it can also be done as a project specific crane. And if you already have, let's say, a crane where you know it's a standard, but you just want to tweak it a little bit because it's a different crane or a newer model or whatever that you're going to use on this project, you can go in and use standard exchange and drag this crane into the project and make it project specific, just like we do all the time in for example, Impact for AutoCAD when we do stuff project specific. You can of course also take cranes from other projects if it's the same crane that is going to be used in this project and import it into your project. If you want to change the crane capacities, if it was a standard and the standard does not completely fit, or what you call it, then is it possible to change the capacities of the crane. So when this definition has been added, you can go in and say add crane and add it to the model space. We of course choose the definition of the type. We can give it a nice name. And on the restriction building filter, is it possible to say that I only want to see building 1 and go in and say that this crane here should be active on building 1 only. After that, we choose the insertion point and put it down in the model space. And we can choose a restriction in the angles. For example, if it only can take a certain amount of angles, or what you call it, because of other buildings or whatever in the area of the site. So let's just take a look at the GIF again. So we can see here that it says active phases. The crane is active. So this one here is now that I need to click off in which phases and floors and buildings are the crane active. You can also say that you want to click off instead where it's not active. This is just a project property settings depending on what's your preference or what you call it. So what can we do with these cranes here? Oh, I just want to mention, I forgot, that the cranes that have been created in, for example, Impact for AutoCAD is not compatible with the functions we have up here. It needs to be a crane created in the project manager model view. So what can we do with these cranes? We can assign the cranes to elements, and this can be done in 2 ways. And why should we assign a crane to it? And this is basically because we want to be able to check the load for that specific crane on that specific element. Can it carry the element or can it not? But I will show that later. But how do we assign it? We can either assign it under the element ID. And in this video, I've added a bit more cranes just to show the limitations of, not the limitations or the restrictions of the crane. So I want to add a crane to this element mark here. And as we can see here, when I go in and add it, one of the crane is maybe a little bit difficult to see, but the crane 1, 2, 3 is red. And the reason for the crane is red is because this crane can simply not lift the element. As we can see, this element mark here has a mass on 4.92 tons. And the crane capacity out on 60 meters for the crane 1, 2, 3 is just 2.5. So it's possible to select the crane, of course, but it will just give a warning or indicate that it cannot carry it. So therefore, we choose crane 1. What you cannot see is that there's actually also added a crane 2, but this is standing on the other side or on another with another building, and it's out of range for this. You can see the lines here. is out of range for this specific element, so therefore is it not possible to add that crane for this element. It needs to be within range. You can also, what you say, set the what do you call it, the cranes into the, when you do your erection planning. And it's the same, what you call it, the same restrictions for the cranes that you can choose in the drop-down menu in here in the, what's it called, the erection planning. It's just a way to assign the crane when you're doing the erection also. So what we can do with these cranes, as I mentioned a bit before, is the load check. We have the general load check and the crane load check. The general load check will take, if none of the, if the elements doesn't have assigned a crane, then it will take a combination of all the, what you say, all the cranes in the model view and see if the element can be lifted. If the element is assigned to a crane, it will take a load check for that specific crane. So we can see here that all the elements I have now for crane 1, crane 2, and crane 1, 2, 3 can lift all the elements in my two buildings here. This is just when I click general load check, it will automatically change, what you say, the element color to crane check. And if the element can be lifted by, in this case, any crane, it will say become green. If it cannot be lifted, it will become red. So we can see here that I've now changed one of the element marks, the PS 205, and assigned crane 1, 2, 3 to it. So when I do the general load check, this specific element here will be what you say, the load check will be checked by the crane 1, 2, 3, and the crane cannot lift it, so it will become red. It's also possible to do what do you call a crane load check. So what you do is that you select the crane and you do the load check, and then it will only calculate the what you say, the capacity for the selected crane. As we can see here, there's a lot of red elements over here because it cannot carry it. But if I take another one than the crane 1, 2, 3, we take crane 2, then will all the elements over here be green because this is within the, what you say, the range. It is also possible to copy the crane. So if you already have one crane, you need one more. Just copy it, give it a name, and pick an insertion point. You can delete the crane, of course, edit the crane if you want to do some changes. You can move the crane, and if you have many cranes on the what do you call it, on the plan, you can go in and hide the cranes. You don't always need to, what you say, go in and manually hide the cranes. The cranes restriction, for example, if a crane is has a restriction that is only on building 2, assigned to building 2 or phase 2, then will it also get hidden if you're looking at phase 1 or building 1. So it's only if you have, what you say, multiple cranes with the same, what you say, restrictions that is shown, and you want to hide one, you need to go up to say hide. This is probably some old news for the status history here. It's probably some old news for some of you, but I just think it's a nice thing, a nice feature that that it's possible to go in and see the, what you say, the production status for the, or history for the different elements. So basically what you can do is you can go in, right click on an element ID or multiple element IDs and see the, what you call it, the status history for it. And this gives, what you say, a nice overview for the what you say, nice overview, so you can see what has been changed on the element ID. Gives a better management, and you can see who has done the changes and when was it done. So what we've added in addition to the status history is project-specific disorders. It's now, what you say, possible to add a disorder into this specific project and get a list of, what you say, get an overview over all the what you call disorders on this project. So you don't need to go into Resource Manager and filter out on this project. You can just click disorders in the Project Manager, because what you say, the disorders now has been added, a list of disorders has been added in here in the Project Manager. It's also possible to add a project disorder, so it doesn't need to be attached to an element ID or an element ID before you can make a disorder. You can make a disorder on the project itself. It also gives you an overview over the number of disorders on the project that you want to open up. And we have added a column in the element ID where you can see the disorders count on each element mark. Next thing I want to talk about is the file sync. And for the companies that works with file sync and knows how it is to work with it, and what we have been added is that now when you create what you call it, create a drawing, it is possible now to synchronize and lock the drawing upon creation. The drawings can also be locked, or it will give a warning if the drawings are not locked when it's when you try to open it, and if you want to lock it before you continue to open it, or plot for that matter. And the last thing, with sync we have been added is synchronized files on the the top drawing node, or what do we call it. We also work with sync here at our company, and one of the things I found the most frustrating, working with the sync, was when I needed to synchronize some files for my colleagues in Sweden. Was that I needed to go into floor plan, synchronize, shop drawing, synchronize, elevation, synchronize. So now we made it possible to synchronize on the top node of drawings. So we'll just take all the drawings on the nodes beneath it, and we'll make the process much smoother. And this is the experience we want to give with the sync files, is that it should be smooth and easy to work with. Now back to the erection planning, and this is a feature that will get released in the Q1 2021, and I'm very excited to see it when it gets released. It's something that I'm looking forward to. So basically, this function here is the culmination of all the other erection things that I talked about before. We'll take all the small pieces and put together so we can use it in a proper way. So the automatic calculation of erection dates is based on the three things before: the the floor time, the crane time, the element erection time. This indicates or sets how long time does it take to erect the element on the site. We have the erection division that, as I told you, I mentioned earlier, sets the limit on how many elements can we erect each day, how many hours do we have available. And then we have the erection sequence, and that's basically in which order should we calculate the planned erection date. So this is, of course, a lot of things that needs to be added to the database before we can do the calculation. But this here, the next GIF, will just show how fast, when everything is set up, it can calculate the planned erection date. So as the GIF shows here, you need to mark all the elements. Then you can go in and right-click and choose the calculate of erection date. We choose an initial date, where should it start or where should it end, depending if the sequence is increasing or decreasing. And then it will actually also show the end date. So when I hit apply, we can see here that all the elements, marked elements, will get a planned erection date. And this is based on the 4 things that I just mentioned. So now we have a fast way to set the planned erection date. Imagine using this here in combination with the rough planning, rough planning dependencies, as I talked about in the start of this presentation. Then you can just set all the planned erection dates, and everything, all rough planning will be set with a single click. I think that sounds very appealing, for me at least, or for the project manager, I hope, and will hopefully make it way easier to rough plan a whole project, a floor at a time, a building at a time, or how you do it out at the factories. What we also added in in the project manager is new element colors in the model view, and this is not new element colors in the status, or but more detailed colors under for example cast colors. We've added 3 new colors in the cast, so there's now a total of 5 colors. We have white when it's doesn't have an ID. We have yellow when it's fine planned, red when it's rejected and not have been planned on a new cast bed. We have orange when it's rejected and planned on a new cast bed, and green when it's produced. Before this change, and this will by the way be in the Q1 2021 release, before this change, we only had white, or no color, and green. So by adding more colors into the element color cast, gives a better overview and will make it easier to spot out elements that, for example, has been rejected and don't have a new cast bed. We done the same for stack. Not as not as many changes. We only added a static color when it's ready for delivery, then it's now green. Otherwise, it's again no stack, no color. Preliminary and planned will still take the the stack color as it does today, and ready for delivery will just be green. Again, we added some stuff to transport also. I think you start to sense the theme with no transport ID, no color or white. Preliminary, planned will have the transport colors. Call off on waybill and delivered will have either green if if the status doesn't have doesn't have the status in the system, or or the status type color that is set in the resource manager. So you may ask, why have we added these extra colors to the cast, stack, and transport? And it's quite simple. It's just to try to give a better overview of the processes in each in each process in the factory. The last thing I want to talk about in my presentation is the element type colors, because we also have been added a more colorful thing to impact colors on the element types. So we have walls. They are a shade of red. We have slabs that is a shade of blue. We have hollow core that's just purple. Beams, shade of green. Column, orange. And linked is just gray. yeah, it is how it is. And here we can see all the elements, element types, what you say, together. And here we have a nice picture of our, what you call it, beginner's course. The first floor of the beginner's course. I just wanted to show you how it could look, how it could look on a what you call it, real project. If you're still awake, you might see that the element type color index up here is not showing all the, what you say, all the elements. It will only show the elements that are present in the model view. And yeah, so we just don't get a long list for what you say, stuff that isn't needed. This is what I have chosen to show you. And if you have any questions, you're welcome to ask it now. If not, you can also contact our support or the usual contact person. I'll just see if there are any questions that aren't too difficult that I can try and answer. Oh, let's see here. Thomas has already answered some of them, I think. Oh, that's kind of you, Thomas. Not all of them, there's more. Let's see here. So one of the questions is that now when you have moved what you call it, the crane to the project manager, how do we make sure that everything is what is called placed correctly? Thank you, Thomas. Thomas is in here now. Placed correctly. And a little trick is that when you're running with the grid in the project manager, the small squares is 1 × 1 meters, and the big squares is 5 × 5. And yeah, I don't think we can take any more questions now. I already used too much time. Thomas is standing here and looking at his watch. So I will give the word to Thomas now, and thank you for your attention.
Hello everybody. Hope you can see me. Hope you can hear me. Hope Dennis didn't change anything here. Hello. Let's move to the next slide. Yeah, you can see now it is time for me to present Impact Production for you. And afterwards, I will give the word to Peter so he can close today's user conference. So I would like to welcome you all again, once again, from my side. My name is Thomas. I am currently working very closely with all of the new customers that we get in Impact, both in production and design. And today I'm going to present Impact Production to you and the new developments that we have made. For once more, I would like to stress out how disappointed we are that we don't have you in the same room, that we sit and discuss and do all the networking and the fun times that we spend together. But hopefully next year, everything will go back to normal and we will get this physical contact and physical discussions that we have in person. For those of you that you don't know and expect to see Fredrik here today, I would like to tell you that there is nothing to worry about. Fredrik is on paternity leave. I'm not changing, I'm not taking over Fredrik. I'm going to discuss about his team and about his developments and about his software, in a sense, that he has managed to develop so good in the last 6-7 years. Me is just the face that you are going to do the presentation for you. Fredrik is on paternity leave and he's going to be with us from the beginning of next year if everything goes into plan. So with no further ado, let's continue. I had made a little agenda here for you. My today's presentation is going to be focused on 3 specific things. Of course, one of the biggest developments we made last year was the visual stack and transport module, 3D, like our cast module. Last year, if I remember correctly, Frederick had showed you the first version of the quality control, of the element control. Actually, this year we have made a lot of new functions regarding that, which I'm going to take with me in this presentation. And last but not least, I can guarantee you for that, is a very, very exciting new software module expansion to Impact called Tender 16. And if we want to be actually right, is the first part of a tender module, which is called tender quantities. And that's what I'm going to present to you today. As a second part and smaller part of my presentation, I'm going to show you the smaller little features that we developed in order to make your life easier in production. So 3D stack and transport module, how does it look for those of you that you don't know? As you can see, nice colorful picture with different transport and stack colors. And here we have the view of our transport module and our stack module. So as I say here, full 3D visibility on your elements on stack and on a vehicle. Why we did that? First reason for that is consistency. So in our software, we decided that we want to be consistent throughout all of the modules. So when you have, and this is a question coming from you sometimes, when you have an amazing, great cash planning module, why not do the same for transport? That's what we did. In that way, you can optimize your loads. You can calculate automatically the center of gravity. You can move things around visually so people can see actually where to place the elements on the stack or even on the transport. The core functionality of the software remains the same. Edit, adjust, schedule transports, adjust elements on the stack, which we're going to see very shortly. And of course, we have numerous resource types available both for stack resources and of course for vehicles. So what we have in the software, stack resources, new things that they came. Horizontal and vertical stack. As you can see here, a picture of a vertical stack with of a horizontal stack with hollow cores. Rack vertical and horizontal. You can place your elements automatically on a stack template, either horizontally or vertically, like in this picture. New feature releasing in a week from now, next Friday, hopefully, in the Q4, rack specific for inloader with cables and separation with cables, which we will see roughly in a little while. Of course, A-frames and L-frames also added in the software. And about vehicle resources, I think we cover an inloader, a truck, trailer and a semi-trailer, of course, and last but not least, a user-defined vehicle that you might have and we might not have in our software. Again, the word here is flexibility and consistency. So one of your questions will be, how can I start? How can I fire up the software? So if you go to your resource manager, where are the settings? Where is the settings module in the resource manager? You can, under the general settings, you can activate the visual stacker and say yes. Next step, something that you might have not done before, is define your stack templates. If you already have stack templates beforehand, then it is way better to update them and use the new rack type, which consists of the A-frame, the L-frame, the inloader stack, the horizontal, the vertical, and the user-defined. So you can easily make this and then apply the properties both for element and of course for the rack type and the different angles, as you can see in this example here. The next step, it would be also to define your vehicles. This is something that you have might done already beforehand. Some new things that they will be used in the visibility of the vehicle are coming here. For example, in an inloader, you have to add the upper deck height and the upper deck length. Something that you have already predefined, most of you that you are using the transport module, is the transport templates. So the stacks can be added automatically to your transport. Yes, Doing all these things, then we can see the new functionality of the software. So what we have actually developed for you, and how did we manage to take a pretty simplistic module and take it into a 3D, into the three-dimensional space where we can move things around and do things. So what you can see here, the first GIF is about rotation in the Z and Y direction. This is a new feature again, which will be released in Q4. As you can see, when I have columns with corbels, something that you also pointed out after our first webinar, after the first release back in June or May, that we need to be able to rotate. So now we will be able to rotate around the Z and the Y axis at the moment. Recalculate element position. This is a new button added up here, which very quickly recalculates the initial position of your elements and puts them back in place in case you did something and you cannot get out of it, or you moved things way much around in the space. Of course, your favorite function, all of the customers, new and older ones that I work, especially in the cost planning, they love this function. They use it more than they should, but drag and drop is of course available also in the 3D stack and transfer module. As you can see, the one thing that I want you to focus here is how the lines, the red lines, when I move things here, are being changed automatically, and those are showing you the center of gravity. Move up and down the layer. We had something like that before, which was also move up and down the stack layer, but here you actually see how practical it is to see your holocores stacked on top of each other. And the erection sequence says to you that this cut holocore, this smaller holocore in length, should be in the middle of the pack. However, by looking at it, you can just automatically move it up, just pressing the button 2 or 3 times. One other great functionality here is that we can actually edit the stack properties directly from the stack module. So if I have a stack that it goes as you might not, because it goes fast, this animation, you see it is cut here, it is 9 meters, and if I press to make it 12 meters because I want to add a couple of extra elements, I can automatically update my stack properties directly from here without changing the templates. As I said before, we have added the gables for a specific inloader stack, and if you want to adjust the gables on your stack directly from transport or from the stack module, you have this new button here, edit gables. Adjust the placement, and the gables will be updated automatically. One of the extremely nice things also, I don't know how much you are going to use it, to be honest with you, or if some of you are using it. I suppose that if we develop it, some of you ask for it. So you can actually add an extra stack on top of the inloader or the semi-trailer, where you have space here. You can add a holocore or a couple of holocores that they can sit on the upper deck, as long as they fit, right? So basically, optimize your space. Even an extra element, you know well enough that even an extra element can make the whole difference, both financially and of course for the whole project and how fast you need to be. Last but not least, consistency, as I said before, is one of the words to remember here, and the report with pictures is something that of course is added also. This again, the report with pictures is going to be released hopefully next Friday on the Q4 release. And if you want to find out more, for those of you who are using the software and you want to start up, we had already 2 webinars that we hold. One back in March as a promo webinar, maybe a release webinar, what is about to be released. But actually in September, if I remember correctly, I specifically hold a webinar a little bit more detailed into the new functionality of transport, and how to start up and how to set up and how to use efficiently the new 3D transport and stack module. So please give us our feedback, come back to us and let us know how we can make it even better. Again, go back to YouTube, our YouTube channel, and get started immediately with 3D transport and stack module. For those of you, as my colleague Dennis says, who are not sleeping yet, we have the improved element control, quality control that I'm going to show you right away. So what we did in the quality control, you all seen this picture. Most of you, or a lot of you, are already using the quality control in the software, but we did some really big and nice features regarding it. So new resource manager tab. So we didn't have any, we had documented those things in the database, but we didn't show it to the user. So what we did is created a new controls tab in the resource manager. Report export. We are now able to export all of our controls into a report through the report tool. And the one feature that you are all been waiting for, especially the ones who are using the software already, is being able to add pictures like we do for disorders and rejections directly through the mobile app. And this is something that is also being released in the new version of the Impact Go in the Q4 release. So how does it look? The resource manager tab, as you can see, between the stock item and the rejections and disorders, we have added a new control item. The control item tab, you can see here through this GIF, you can see the elements. Here's two tabs, the elements and the summary, and the control details right here on the right. So you want to press the control details, all of the controls are being expanded, and you can see detailed what controls are being performed on this element. Great filtering options, as you can see. I'll go quickly through those. Factory and division, of course. You can factor production date from and to. Of course, you all know that this is basic functionality in our software. Everywhere, filter between projects. You can take as many projects or you can filter the whole database. I want to say here that if you actually filter the whole database, the software, it might give you a warning that there might be a lot of elements coming, so that takes a little bit more time. So you always be aware that the more elements you have, of course, added controls, it's better if we make some filtration to get directly to the point. And that's why I'm showing you that. New things added in this tab is include elements without controls and according to the element status. So we can actually see very quickly with just a refresh button, planned and approved or produced elements and why they are not produced and approved yet. So we can filter out those elements automatically. Again, why? Because faster, great visibility, take control immediately without looking at every project, without looking at the cash planning. You can just automatically see everything inside the resource manager. Last but not least, element types. You can also filter according to your element types. As I said before, you go to your elements, a very quick schematic on the screen. I hope you can see it good. You have an element, you open the controls tab, the control details tab. You can see the main controls, and you can find both the simple checks and the measure checks and all the sub controls that you had under every main control. The second tab regarding the summary is basically a non-editable tab. What you get is a control status overview and a parameter status overview. Here you can get a very, very quick overview, how many elements have been assigned to this specific control, how many elements have passed the approval and how many elements have not passed the approval. With that, you can actually see what is missing, why we're losing time, why things are not directly added on the control. So great overview, visibility, and fix the problem as fast as possible. Printing reports, two print options, compact element control. You can actually put the controls, only the main controls. You can see for an element here, for example, that it is not approved both post and pre-production. However, another element that has been approved, when was approved and by whom was approved. Again, this is something that we set up from the report tool. A little bit more complicated to set up, but that's why you have us here at Strusoft to help you get started with this type of things. If this is something that you are going to use, is the detail element control, where you actually can see with great color and schematics what has been approved, what has not been approved, which specific controls have been performed, by whom, when, and of course measured controls, exact measurements of the actual element. So you can take that, sign it, send it back to the agencies that you might be working with. I know that most of you here in Scandinavia, you don't have to get approval like that, and you can use our database to store it, but some people, they want to have the paperwork in order to fill out for the agencies of every country. Again, flexibility. The printing here, of course, is available from the resource manager, as you saw before, and of course from the CAS planning module by right-clicking on your beds. Quality control and inspection images. Two options. The first option that none of you is here to see is adding the pictures directly from the resource manager, and it should look something like that. You can add a JPG file, a PNG file. You can add different image files directly from your computer through the resource manager, or you can do it directly through the Impact Go. And this is just a little quick video that I made. The video, for your information, was taken by one of our programmers, as I did not have great access to the new mobile app. So he's sitting in Sweden in his home, taking pictures of his misconstructed walls or failed and scratches on the walls, added them directly into the wall. And through our cloud database, I can automatically, you will see now, I can just save the pictures. And the moment that you save the pictures, you refresh the data. You see, I take a project, go down, find all of my elements with controls, take the specific one, and the images are being uploaded in the resource manager. Exactly how the disorders and rejections are being added. All inspection images are attached to the main control. You cannot add specific images to the sub controls, as I said before, but for the main control, you can have as many images as you want. The last part of the agenda, the last part of the first part of my selected features is regarding tender quantities. And together, we're going to see in detail how we can use the tender quantities and how we can start up with that. And basically, what is tender quantities? Because as far as I'm aware, I don't know a lot of people using it, how it is at the moment. So let's dig in. Tender quantity. Tender quantities is a new standalone software in Impact 16. You can find it in our Strusoft installer. It's called Impact Tender 16.0, and you can download it. It works directly with a resource manager, license. So as long as you have a resource manager app license, you can download it and activate it immediately. Why? What do? We keep track of our forecast projects. We want to keep track of all of our projects coming, the projects that we have bid on, and get the capacity of the future for our factory, not for 3 months, not for 6 months, but for years, for like 2 years. I know, especially here in Denmark, most of the factories are fully booked for a couple of years ahead, but now we actually have the possibility to prove it through our database. We want to avoid the spreadsheet, we want to avoid the Excel import as much as possible, and that's why we decided this is going to be first part of a tender, or this is going to be a tender quantities module that we're going to use. You get a quick overview of all of the different projects that you actually have bid on, and you have a lot of filtering options that are going to basically aggregate the data into smaller parts, so you can adjust it on your graph, and by pressing refresh or by changing the different filtering options, you can easily get a very fast visibility of your different factories, your different divisions, your different production groups, as we are going to see right away. So how can I start? Again, same question, right? Strusoft installer, download Impact Tender 16.0. If I would like to be very honest with you, I would propose for you to do it after the Q4 release install and try Impact Tender, which means after next Friday. That is because the things that I'm going to show you now are actually version 2.0, not 1.0. So version 1.0, the one existing in Strusoft installer, is not the same, or it looks a little bit different than the one that you are going to see here in Impact Tender 16. But everything is developed, tested, and been added in the Q4 release. So if you are waiting for a week or two, you can start with Impact Tender. So how does it work? So what we want to do is basically separate our product, our groups into different divisions. You will say to me, now we have divisions in the software, why we cannot just take the divisions and use that into Tender? That is because you know that a division can have, for example, walls, columns, and beams. A division can have hollow cores, columns, and beams. So a division is not an accurate way to measure how, to split our data into smaller production groups. So what we're trying to do here, the first thing is like classify our data into the three different classifications, either type, group, or product. Those information are being taken automatically from the database. One thing I didn't say already is that the software is very simple to use, and it is separated into three sub-tabs. The first one is the settings, which you have to do one time. As long as you do them one time properly, then you might need to make some capacity adjustments in the future, and that's basically it. Then the project quantities, which is about your projects, and last but not least, the workload, where you get all the visibility in the graphs. So select the product classification and the production group classification if you want to be by one or two parameters. These are the parameters that we are going to use for our capacity graphs, right? So it can be area, it can be mass, it can be volume, it can be time, it can be element quantity, piece. Second, define your production groups, what you want to split the data against. This is something that you might already have in the database under the group or the product or the element type. So if you want to see, I have the walls, I have the sandwich walls, I have the insulated walls, I have my slab, I have my pre-stress slab. So you can do that by selecting element type and create your production groups according to your element types. What I have done here with the collaboration of one of our customers, I have split the data into resource types, into the different types of beds and tables that I have in my factory. Selected the main parameter and a secondary parameter. I selected a piece and a mass. Why this is important? Because a piece, an element, doesn't always say the truth. However, the mass, for some of you, says most closely to the truth of what I can produce, because an element can be small, but how can I know that? So two parameters, go to the second window, put down weekly capacity, main weekly capacity, secondary weekly capacity, and assign it to one of your factories. Last but not least, add the name from your products and element types directly to the production group. You map it, you're good to go. Project quantities. You bring a new project. Here, you need to know that a new project can be added, a new project needs to be a pre-phase project. It cannot be a production project. So you can either create a new project by here, or you can create a new project from the project manager, or directly from your systems that you are using, external systems connected to our software. So create a new pre-phase project, add all the different types of elements that they are coming in, production, assign them to a production group, and then automatically the parameters that we have set for every production group are going to come. Put the main quantity, the secondary quantity, and select the calculation method. Calculation method varies from start and end date, which means that I'm going to give it a start date and an end date, and the software is going to calculate the pace automatically. Pace, end date, give an end date and pace, the software calculates the start date automatically, and the same for start date, pace, and of course a manual way of using it, like here, when we can actually adjust the things by ourselves. Extra field, probability. If some of those elements you're not going to get, then we can filter them out of the graph. We're going to see that in a little while. Main weekly pace, secondary weekly pace, assigned to the main quantity and the secondary quantity, and then of course assign it to a factory. If you don't assign a factory and the factory is none, then it goes to your whole company. How does it look? I think I let the picture speak by itself. You get the fine planning from your database, the rough planning from your database. And again, why do I do the settings? And that is something that I want to stress out, because I don't care about if I can easily bring a new project, split it down and see it. Why I want to split it down in this specific way through the settings is because I want my actual fine plant, the rough plant elements, to be split it also according to my production groups. So to my new production groups. And that's why I'm actually doing the settings. So here, as you can see, I have set my capacity line for all of my factories. Here it goes up after some weeks, and fine, rough plant, and the tender quantities coming from the project, from one project at the moment, right? So here I can see the graph by piece. I can change the graph and see the graph by mass. You see immediately that the graph, the capacity changed in the factory, right? Filtering, as you saw before, maybe you see here I have 3 different production groups combined to one. This is, for example, because I have 3 types of flatbeds, 3 types of tilt tables. I can separate it into small detail level, but I can also see combined, because in the end they are all tilt tables. So I want to see the capacity for all of my tilt tables, but I want to also split them in the different types, like smaller, bigger, or a medium sized one. You see here how also the data is being filtered and split it out. You can see per factory or per multiple factories. You can also select and aggregate that. Of course, the period is on top, and add as many quantity projects you want. One new feature, maybe Dennis did not talk about it. It's about the project group. So you can actually assign and categorize one of your projects in the project manager into a project group that you can actually filter out here. Last filtering option, minimum probability level. So if I set in my general settings in the beginning, minimum probability level at 60, and go into my project quantities and change the probability from 70 to 40, then this is going to be filtered out into my workload graph. And that is about tender quantities. Please, if you want to see more, we have not made any videos, we have not made a webinar. I will make sure from by the end of the year or the beginning of next year, we hold a webinar explaining a little bit more on how it works. We want people working on it. We want people giving us feedback on it. So you are very welcome after next week to try it and give us your opinion. Closing my presentation, I will say that one of the biggest developments also that we did is finally moving Impact Go to iOS for the Apple software. Consistency, we had our mobile app for Android for so many years. Now we decided it's time to also develop it on another platform. One of the most important features, which I know we might have said it a little bit too much, especially you who are following our webinars, is about multiple days on the cash planning that you can actually filter out in the detail view on the cash planning. The same bed, you can see it in different days consistently. And that is because you can easily change things on the same and move things around, especially when you have rejections and disorders and things that you need to recast. It is way easier when you are fully booked to manage your fine planning tables, your fine plan tables in the future. One of my favorite new things that is also being released in a week from now, it is the weight limit on the cast planning on every table. So actually you can set a max mass according to your crane in the factory, according to the specifications that you have, most likely according to your crane, that you're gonna set a max mass of the table. And then when you actually try to put an element on the table, you're gonna get a mass exceeded warning. Of course, you can override it and you can plan the element anyways to the bed. Element type in RM, this is something that we did from the beginning, but I think it's worth mention. Under the workload in Resource Manager, we have added the filtering option of different element types right here. Last, a very small feature that I think it is very nice. You can actually, in cost estimation, you can copy the price list from 2020, for example, to 2021, set it as a default, and then of course increase your prices by a margin without having to create a new list from scratch. You know how much, especially those of you who are using cost estimation, you know how much effort and time it takes to put all those settings. So it is really nice to just copy it, adjust the prices for every element, and move forward. Yes. Thank you. That was my presentation. Yeah, I took a little bit more time, but I think Dennis also took a little bit more time from my presentation. I hope I wasn't too fast. I was a little bit worried that I'm not going to make it on time. I want to thank, before I close here, also the good programmers of the production team. As I said, I'm working closely with all of them, and they have been working really hard the whole year, either to develop all of the crazy things that we have in mind or our customers have in mind, and also throw a lot on them with bugs and everything. So yeah, I would like to thank them. And if you want to find more, I know maybe Peter speaks about it in his ending speech, but we have created this Strusoft Impact Precast software worldwide in a group in LinkedIn. Please find it, come inside. We have set a goal personally and as a team to make it very active, show you all those new small features, small videos. You can get them ahead of time and ahead of the release, and you can see how things are working. So it's basically some educational things, some advertisement things you can get directly from our new LinkedIn page. Yeah, that's it from me. Thank you a lot for attending. Let me see if I have some questions. You can see now Peter. Hello, Peter.
Hello there. I'm ready to take over.
Yeah. Are you holding on? Let me see if there are any questions. So I know yes, I took a little bit more time, but let's see if I can open here the question thing. Excuse me. Right. So I'll take one or two if possible, and then I will give you the word, Peter. It's not very easy to open the question. So okay. Different task for number core. I think most of the questions were about project manager, to be honest with you. So I don't how do you use number transport? Yes. Yeah, I see most, and I think most of those Dennis has already answered. Yeah, if you don't have any questions for production, then Peter, I'll make you a presenter. Have you already presented your screen?
No, but I will do as soon as you give me.
Yeah, I will
Unity.
make a
Let's see,
presenter.
I take it here. Yeah.
Yes, perfect. I will close my camera.
Let's see here. So let's see if you soon, hopefully you can see my screen also.
We can
Yeah.
see, yeah, perfect.
Thank you. Okay, hello guys again. I hope you have a really nice day. I saw a lot of things that I didn't know about. So then I guess you also saw something that you have not seen before. So I hope you have enjoyed. So the last thing I will talk a little bit about, it's of course a little bit about next year, but also to share with you some more things where you can find more information. We have been there already, but I will go in a little bit more there. So one of the things where Nikolai shared with you where you could find more information is of course on our homepage. And I will also point out here that if you go in here, you can also find a lot of videos and stuff down under different different applications here. So you can find a lot of more details if you go down in one of those. And there are movies, there are a lot of things here. So of course it's done also for sales, but it's also very informative. So I can really recommend to take a look in there. Yeah. And then I also want to show a little bit more into the wiki. There we also have been before, but it's good to see more features of it. And one thing that I want to point out is that, let's see if it gets started here, is that you can also search here. So let's say if you search for drawing, you can get multiple hits here. And then you can go to the article and write about it, or export, for instance. So we can look at how to export drawings, for instance, and then you come directly to that location in the wiki. We are filling it with more and more information all the time. So please enjoy the information there and look at it because it's done for you. One more thing that we have done typically for giving you better service is changing our support platform. So now we are using something called Freshdesk. Many of you have, of course, already noticed that and also added your cases here. But we just want to point out again that please, if you have not been here and you have something you want to ask about, then don't hesitate to go here. And I will show it by going to the wiki, because in the wiki there is information on how it works. So here you have Strusoft customer portal. And then it says a little bit how to log in. And here is the link. And if you don't have some login already, then you can of course create your own here. So we can give you the best support as we want to do. And of course you can see your tickets and you can see the progress around them. And if you are like sharing in your company, so you can also see the whole company tickets. Some of you have that rights for your company. And that will also make it easier for you to communicate inside your company. Finally, I want to talk a little bit about what's coming up in Impact 17. We decided to start with Impact 17 already this year. So we have been working with it. We have been working with the foundation for Impact 17. So what we are working with now is the most exciting part of it, because now we have built a lot of the foundations. So now we are working on what to add more, what features should we add. So that's of course something we really enjoy, and we are now talking a lot into our teams what to do the coming year. But foundation is also important, so I will tell you a little bit what have we done on the foundation side and what are we working with there. We are working with deployment of the software to make it more easy to deploy on the cloud. We are also restructuring the Impact system, and that's of course includes databases, making it easier to do stuff like renaming projects, migrations between versions. We are also trying to simplify to make it easier for you to take the step, like many of you have done now for 15 to 16, for instance, to make that step easier. So it will not be that big. We will try to make it in a different way. So that we are working with a lot now and have been for this year. So But a lot of features we will come with in 17 also. Yeah, that was really all for today, and I hope you really got a good show here, and you know where you can reach us. So don't hesitate to come back if you have anything you wonder about and so on. And thank you again for your attention during the day, and I hope next year we meet in the same place as normal. Thank you all.
Thank you, guys. Have a nice afternoon.
So then I will end down the webinar now.